Dong, dong, dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's time for the Idget Show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over the standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time, for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, howsoever, or wheresoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes in a couple hours. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Without further ado, let's get some music going. And let's get into this. So I have a mod installed currently, because now that 1.2 is on stable, we can have mods. Yay, mods. I'm happy about that. And the mod I have installed is just a fluid sink. That's it. This nitrogen pipe has been pissing me off for a long time. And I don't know what the hell is going on with this nitrogen pipe. I have no freaking clue. This nitrogen pipe is supposed to flow 600. It's supposed to get 150 from the Abyss Cliffs, 150 from the very northwest corner of the map, and it's supposed to get 300 from the very west coast of the map, the nitrogen that's up there in the western spires. I have flushed the pipe. That's why it ain't running for right now. Thinking maybe that's the problem. Maybe there's just a little too much back and forth, back and forth, back and forth as it's trying to balance out, and it's just not balancing. So I just flushed the pipe, and obviously I'm dumping it down a fluid, small, awesome sink. This is a mod, so this is not included in the base game. This is just to test this pipe. As you see right now, this pipe ain't running for shit. Half of it, I think, is literally just it coming up to this junction, and half of it's going that way, half of it's going this way, trying to backfill the pipes so that the other two very, 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 very far away nodes can actually start filling the pipe. I'm not a big fan of valves. Valves and me do not get along. For some reason, they always screw up my flow rates. So I don't have any valves on this system. We'll not talk about the oil. On the nitrogen, there's no valves. And welcome in, cheese! So I've got my 151 coming down this pipe. That's flowing fine. This is still backfilling. That's why there's only 76. Once it actually gets back to the other side, or they merge, then it can start flowing this way. It takes a long time because that pipe, the two pipes in question, one comes like that. The other one comes like that. They're long ass pipes. They take a long time to fill. I understand that. I realize that. I know that. That's fine. And hello, Casper. How's the worky going? Is it gonna become any less of a shit show? I tried putting a buffer here to use that to help balance things out. That did not work. I got the oil figured out. The oil is running fine. The nitrogen, however, wants to piss me off. And it's only this one pipe. If I check any other pipe, they're all running fine. But this one pipe wants to kill me. It wants to drive me insane. It wants me to go completely and totally batshit nuts. I would prefer not to go completely and totally batshit nuts. do want to check something because I've been messing around with this pipe for a good chunk of the day, and while I was trying to narrow something down, I found something that I'm not sure if it's actually an error. I did load this through the skim, the Satisfactory Calculator Interactive Map, and tried to edit all my Mark 1 pipes into Mark 2 pipes, and that didn't actually work. Like, even running Mark 2 pipes, this system did not balance out. Don't need this shit. That was from another attempt that I tried a while ago. It did not work. I've tried a lot of things trying to get this pipe to flow properly. And Casper can attest, me and this pipe have fought for a couple days now. But on the positive side, I am sitting pretty at, I think about 8.2 without this pipe. Yeah, 8.2, 8.3. Nuclear win. I'm hoping here real soon. As I've said before, I have to get this aspect running correctly because I need the plastic and rubber that comes out of the oil. But I did think about something. Currently, I need a crap ton of iron ingots to go into nuclear. Well, I started looking on my Satisfactory modeler file, and I realized that the vast majority of those iron ingots go into steel pipes. So, to a point, to a very large point, to a very happy point, it would probably make more sense just to go ahead and make the freaking iron pipes, the steel pipes, whatever you want to call them, and ship those than it would to ship 19 freaking belts of iron ingots. And since I think it was Henry who asked me last night on yesterday's stream what I was going to do with all that open space down where I have my turbo fuel pipes. And I didn't really have an answer for it. But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense just to make as much crap for the nuclear as I can, where I can. It doesn't have to go over to the swamp to be turned. If I can turn a metric ton of iron ingots into iron pipes and just ship a drastically less amount of iron pipes, oh, that's less belts I have to run. And the less belts I have to run, the happier boy I am. There's a spot. I went through and I was reconstructing a lot of these back to Mark 1s on my skim save. Belt highways are cool, but I think I've done enough belt highway. The less belts I have to highway, the happier I will be. When I was reconstructing some of these, I thought I saw a chunk of pipe that wasn't hooked up properly. And I don't know if it would cause a stutter or if it would just completely shut down flow. I don't remember exactly where it was. But it was one of these little sections. That when I tore it down, it looked like it deconstructed farther than where it should have been. Obviously right now my power is a little more limited than it normally is because I literally don't have one of the nitrogen pipes to make nitric acid to turn it into rocket fuel. believe it was right around here. But I'm not seeing it, so I might have just been seeing shit. I don't think I got this far. For anybody new to the game, if you don't know what's with the little bitty section, a pipe here, that is literally just an auto connect nub. These are all blueprints because there's no way in the world I was running these 750 kilometers of pipes without blueprints, without auto connect. I don't even get that part. We're at about 150, which is what should be coming through this pipe. God, my freaking autosaves hurt. But the more I sat there and looked at my modeler file, the more I'm sitting there like, okay, if I'm going to try to make as much stuff as I can before I ship it over to nuclear, what all can be made? I will not turn K-Tyrium ingots into quickwire. Not happening. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. Because sometimes I get this fluctuation like this. Like what you just saw. But if I come back to the next pipe, it is dead stable. It's slowly ramping up, but for some reason, this pipe was fluctuating all over the place. I'm not digging pipes in this game. It's definitely not my favorite fun time. I'm not 100% sure if it's a supply issue or if it's literally just a spill issue. And by that, I mean, from the way I understand pipes in this game, this pipe has to fill to a certain percent before it will send anything to this pipe. This pipe has to fill a certain percent before it starts to send this pipe. Bear in mind, this is not supposed to be a full pipe. Yeah, I got fluctuation here, but it'll stabilize as soon as I go back in. It'll balance out here in just a second. See? Now it's sitting pretty steady. Go to the next one, it's solid. To a point, I kind of wish there was a way to just pause the game and continue playing in a paused state. No, because remember, I flushed the entire system. And if I'm consuming it if I'm sinking it in this case, as fast as it can be produced, the pipe will never fill up. It will fill up to a certain percent, which says, okay, I can now send flow to the next step. Kind of hard to explain the way I understand it. Obviously, I'm not a developer of this game. I had nothing to do with the physics engine involved in this game. I don't know why this pipe's only got 137 in it, though. Unless it's got to fill X amount up to 137 before it'll fill anything up to 150. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the drawbacks, and I think Coffee Stain's a bit sadistic in the fact that they just let it, after, you know, X number of years of this game being out, they don't just tell us this is how this shit works. They let us try to guess. And a lot of people have figured out a lot of stuff, but fluids is still one of those, like, funky things. I wonder if I went back quite a ways, if any of the previous pipes have more than 137 in them. Because I think earlier that pipe that was like fluctuating, it got up to like 139. Johnny, what's going on, moderator man? Because this pipe should be flowing 150. Probably 151. What's going on, Drake? Yeah, we got 142 in this pipe. So it is increasing as I go back. Now we got fluctuation there, but that's reading 170. Let it balance out and see what it says on this balance. 145, 46. What am I missing? I'm missing this pipe flowing correctly. So see, what I think's happening is it's trying to get to a certain percent, and it has to go up above the 151 that it needs before it can spill into the next pipe, next section of pipe. So I'll have these moments where it's higher than it should be, and then it does this fluctuating as it tries to balance itself back out, tries to figure out how much is supposed to be in this segment of the pipe. I got done eating like an hour ago. I had the leftover homemade chicken fried rice and an egg roll. The egg roll was not homemade, but that's fine. I've tried to make homemade egg rolls before. It's a pain in the ass, so I'm not gonna fault anybody for not making homemade egg rolls. Yeah, I got 149 here, and it's stable. Now that 149 could be 149.4, 149.5, whatever. I don't know how this game handles rounding. See, I got 151 in this pipe. 151, 149. So this one's still missing just a little bit, but it's creeping up there. Now it's up to 151. Weren't you the one really giving Skelly crap yesterday about what's leftover cake, and you're going to talk about leftover Chinese food? Cake is different than Chinese. Yeah, I'd rather eat all the Chinese than the cake. I'm not really big on sweets. That one's at like 170, but I have a feeling that one's trying to spill into the next section. 146. This one's still got a little bit to go. And if anybody wants to try to help diagnose this stuff or anything like that, I will put my save file up. On other news that's not nitrogen related, the looping of the fuel lines is the play. We will be looping all of the fuel lines today. I went through and looped all the easy ones. So any of the ones at the end of the lines where there weren't pipes in my way. Figured any of the complicated stuff, we can do that shit on stream. We got 170 here. And this one's fluctuating. What's going on, Bug? Now, I do not plan on leaving this mod installed. I say this one's going all over the place. But I have a feeling what's happening here is it's trying to balance the previous pipe and the next pipe. For anybody just tuning in, I do have the small awesome sink mod installed just so I can sink fluids and try to figure out this pipe. Because doing oil is easy. Oil into particle accelerator equals diamonds equals sink. That's not a problem. Let me check the next pipe. This pipe might be a problem. This is flat. Oh, I just came up a hill. It shouldn't affect things, but I believe it does kind of affect things because the pipe itself has its own rules. It just doesn't calculate head pressure. Again, I'd have to check the actual coding for the game to even remotely try to figure out how the hell it does this physics work. And I'm way too lazy to do that. This one nitrogen pipe is not working correctly. Every other nitrogen pipe works fine. This one hates me. It wants me to pull out my hair. This one nitrogen pipe, it's not even this segment of the pipe, it's the totality of this pipe. This pipe pulls 150 from the nitrogen node way over there in the corner, pulls 300 from the western spires, and pulls another 150 from the abyss cliffs. Or should be a total of 600. But it loves to slosh. Which you shouldn't even be getting sloshing on a legit gas. But the calculation engine still wants to slosh. I'm really tempted to just slap a bunch of freaking valves on it. But me and valves don't get along, and if this was the real world, yes, I would be using check valves. I would be using check valves with cleanouts. If you're actually having experience with check valves, they'd love to come up. Let me check something real quick. Probably a case of a pipe not being properly connected. Yeah. I really don't want to go through and start rebuilding this and that entire pipe. But would a pipe not properly connected just fluctuate my flow rate, or would it stop it dead? I did go through on this pipe, and I did this a couple days ago. As you see, there's no floor hole there. But I took the floor holes out of the equation. They still look good. I could put a floor hole on there. Had turkey with mashed potatoes and potato salad. The nice thing is, this pipe, I don't think it's a Mark 1 issue like what I've had in the past. Because for the most part, this runs, there's not much Mark 2 in this pipe run. Yeah, I noticed that it was Mark 2. Okay, so that one's definitely not hooked up correctly, so let's fix that real quick. Let's go ahead and get rid of this junction that's not needed. This is probably going to be one of those cases that I'm going to be pissed because the solution was this tiny little problem. But that one is in the junction correctly. That one is in the junction correctly. See, I got a whole lot of fluctuation here. But this is literally where two Mark 1 pipes connect. I'm going to go back through and replace this all with Mark 1 pipe. And the main reason why I'm replacing it all with Mark 1 pipe is my thought is the less pipe there is to fill up, the easier it'll flow through the pipe. If I have to go through and replace every inch of this pipe, I will. We all know I'm not opposed to doing ridiculously tedious friggin' labor like that. I will make this work, one way or another. Okay, Vogue, while you are here, Cheese, Drake, whoever wants to answer this, are valves as bad on gases as they are on liquids? I'm just thinking directionality. I don't want to use them to set flow rates or anything like that. I just want to, I myself would like to set directionality so that, like, when these two pipes join together, this is 150 on this side and 300 on this side. I had to make sure which pipe was which. I don't want this 150 trying to split down this way. I wish we had true Ys. If you're familiar with plumbing in any way, shape, or form, a true Y would be amazing right here, because it's, instead of being a T junction like this, it's a little bit longer, and this junction comes off at an angle, so when they literally collide, you kind of get a Venturi effect, and it all goes one direction. There's a lot less likely chance of it trying to backflow. This pipe should be running at 300, but as you see, it is not. But this pipe is also ridiculously long. Turbos have the Y butt pipes. You're talking about like turbochargers in cars? Oh no, sorry, not a true Y. A true Y is literally just a pipe that's a little different. Oh yeah. What is that, transport? Yeah, the Hypertube branch. This is kind of what I'm talking about. If we had that for plumbing, okay, we're up to 400, which is definitely above the 300 coming through this pipe, and should be above the 150 coming through this pipe. I think the biggest problem is right now, this pipe is dumping this way and trying to backfill this pipe. And this pipe is hitting this way and trying to go both ways. I hate valves with a passion, but I mean, 459's not bad. Now I got to slosh on this pipe. I'm almost having to put, you know, it's a slightly better idea. An unpowered pump still works as a one-way valve. Worky lurky. Hello, Heather. This one's only running at 224. And that could easily just be the pipe still trying to fill up. 227, so it's definitely filling up. It's going to take a sweet-ass time. This is running at 163, even though it should only be at 150. But I have a feeling it's some of the backfill still trying to empty itself back out. Yeah, now it's down to 150. Earbuds are charging, so no sound. Okay, I'm sure somebody can tell Heather I said okay. And that I say hi and all that fun shit. Yeah, because as I'm going up, it looks like the value is going up a little bit. Yeah, I don't have power over here. 229. 236. 241. I think we can all agree that this the numbers are going up as I get closer to the source. 243. Obviously, I'm nowhere near the source. That's 241. It's 239. Now they're going down. I don't know why I didn't really think about using pumps as one-way valves. Because I know an unpowered pump is basically just a one-way valve. But they don't have the math involved that a valve has. Now the numbers are kind of sort of going back up. Now, a little bit of fluctuation here. What about a buffer at the beginning of the pipe? I've actually tried that. I think the biggest problem is that pipes are bidirectional. So it wouldn't be that bad if you could literally just burp pipes. That one's at 260. 267. 274. 276. 283. 88. I'm up here. 298. 300. 300. 298 still. And 291. So more than likely it's just a waiting game. So I think I'm gonna go put some unpowered pumps on the final connection point and use them to set directionality. I think a lot of it is boiling down to directionality issues. I got 253 here. So as the pipe fills up, this should kind of sort of balance out, maybe. We got an even 250 here. And 184 here. So this pipe doing some screwy shit. But it shouldn't be at 184. Definitely starting to feel a little bit like Mario. But we're sitting pretty steady at 436. Shouldn't be at 436. We should be at 450. But it's only fluctuating like 1. Now we're up to 437. I'm not getting that huge swing. Never mind. Shut up. Had to fucking say something. I had to say something. Oh, well, that might explain part of that. So I'm going to go ahead and put a directionality pump. We're going to go ahead and hook this up with curve mode. Now let's get rid of this. Don't need that shit. I wanted to be able to turn that. There. I know you ain't got no power. You ain't got no power because I don't want you to have no power. You have no power here, pump. All right, but that's running 600. We're gonna hook that up and see how that lasts. I am so tired of dealing with pipes, by the way. So friggin' tired of it. Yeah, that's running 600. Let's go check the blenders. The blenders. Now, like I said earlier, I think I'm just going to take a good chunk of those iron ingots, and I'm just going to go ahead and turn them into the iron pipes. Because if I remember right, I only need like 2,000 iron pipes, which, you know, sounds like a hell of a lot. I am having a little bit of throughput issues here, but I believe this is boiled down to not consuming all of the fuel because I can't make enough nitrogen gas. This is the other side of that pipe. Obviously, the pipe is empty because I was sinking everything. What's going on, Lovey? But once this pipe fills up, then... and here it comes. Here comes the flow again. I love the flow again. I'm nearly tempted to go ahead and back flush this or flush this entire pipe, just so that the 300 pipe flows 300. Oh, that one doesn't matter. The two 150 pipes flow exactly 150. They don't have any backlog in them. How much for you to restart now? What? Restart the entire playthrough? Not happening. More money than anybody would actually dump on my channel. How much to give up this playthrough and start on the maximum difficulty playthrough? This has literally been over 2 months of my life. I want to finish this challenge. Otherwise, this thing will eat at the back of my head. I'm that type of person where if I start something, I have to finish it, or it eats. 595, so we're pretty damn close to that 600. And come on, there's 600. Yay! Let's go ahead and fill these machines. Or I use the idle trick. Which I went over yesterday, but for anybody who's not familiar with what I mean by the idle trick, if you turn off a machine while it's constructing, wait for it to say idle, and when you turn it back on, it will stay idle for like 5 seconds, which allows you to fill up the input buffers. Okay, so we're going to let those run. The nice thing is I know exactly which pair of blenders is attached to that pipe, because you'll notice that this pipe here does not have a wall connector. This one has the wall support. That one does not. I purposely have it like that because this pipe has been driving me nuts. Let's go get the fuel situated. That's going to be a pain in the ass. What I mean by the fuel situated is I found that looping the fuel pipes does actually work. Okay. You want to be stupid. Why am I awake again? Because you chose to wake up. Oh, I wonder how much of that is because of the nitric issue. Okay. So the problem is there's certain segments of the fuel pipe that's going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, here's a fun thing I found while I was hooking up some of these. Let me see if I can show this. It's not on this one. Come on, where are you at? Here. So for some reason, some of these, I can connect that, make that little bitty pipe. If I go to the very next row, these two are spaced exactly the same distance. Okay, fuck you. Now it wants to work. Some reason, when I was trying to build that pipe, initially, it kept giving me pipe too short, even though I could build the exact same pipe on that side and on that side. But for some reason, this one just wanted to say, nope, pipe's too short. Screw you. And now that I got the nitric acid, hopefully running correctly, hopefully that shit sorts itself out. Hello, Amija. I wasn't ignoring you. I was just like, I just hadn't said hi yet. The biggest problem is I need to get this pipe up, because I need this to wrap around like that. Lock hologram up over. Are you going to let me make that little bitty pipe this time? No. All right, I have a solution for this. I had to come up with a solution. I don't think I found the culprit, but I may have found a solution. If that makes any sense. So that one is looped. Shit. Oh, I need one of my vertical tees. I really wish you could nudge on a pipe like this. Okay, that gets that one looped. That one's already looped, so that's fine. Don't need to deal with this. Fine having a wall on my bar. Yeah. That's normally what I do. I normally just throw down a wall and make my vertical. I've got blueprints for them. That we got 2 rows that are fully looped. Let's go ahead and get the other. Let's get the other rows looped. Bow, 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 bow. All right. Do you want to behave yourself this time? Or are you going to be a pain in the butt? You want to be a pain in the butt. Fine. I know how to play with pains in the butts. There. That should get this section looped. Now we need to loop this section. Do. There we go. That section has been looped. I just gotta remember what I'm doing. Yeah, not really any clipping there. That's not in the right spot. Alright, this is how I was fixing this problem. Because obviously I don't want it interfering with that lift. I don't want it interfering with the turbo fuel pipe there. But that seems to still work. Okay. Let me go down this row and make sure that, you know, everything's all looped. Now we're at 8.4. If I can get to 8.6, I know I need to go turn those 1% generators up. Okay. They should add a handheld speedometer to this game. Or at least some kind of command that you can turn on with the console. I want to see how fast Miss Pioneer can slide jump. Yeah. I don't think you can break the 120 with slide jumping unless you're on a belt. I know I got the speed achievement on a zip line. I'm gonna keep trying to make that little this pipe too short segment because it works sometimes. I don't know why, but sometimes it wants to work. Ooh, I just realized that. I don't think it's infinitely. I know you can get up a lot of speed doing it, but I don't think it's infinite. I just realized that when I put this one down, I had this pipe in place and I never replaced it. I already did that row. Working on this row. Okay. We got that. We need to come over here and get the other side, which we've done a few times now, so we kind of know what we're doing. Kind of. Not really. What's going on, Linux? And thank you for subscribing to the Twitchy Prime. I do immensely appreciate that. That's actually exactly where I want it. There. Switch back to horizontal vertical. Switch back to straight mode. This is gonna suck. It's not that bad. Yeah. You know, I don't actually need that up there. I guess they've modeled terminal velocity, but they've modeled air resistance. That's possible. That's very possible. I mean, they modeled a lot of stuff that you wouldn't think that they would bother with. I'm gonna get rid of these. Because I'm just gonna do this. Doing a little planning for a tablet/phone thing. Ow. As I pull my own damn hair as I'm trying to pull out a knot. Alright, and we'll run this down this way. And remember, this is on a half nudge, so I have to half nudge over. I also need to put a T-junction in. I'm sure there's people out there wondering why in the world I don't just build the junction on the pipe. And that's just because I like it being in a very specific spot. I want it on the snap point of the foundation. I'm gonna go, and also if anybody's wondering what these power poles in the center here are that you see me deleting from time to time, when I first set up all these refineries, this was my quote flight line. I.e. a bunch of power poles so I could use the hover pack. Obviously, I can use the hover pack off of the refineries now. I don't need these power poles. I'm working on a Kali OS. It's a Linux distro with the intention of being a complete Linux desktop in your hand, like a loyal companion. There's a few Linux distros for mobile, but they aren't full-on desktop environments. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Android itself is a Linux environment, isn't it? Obviously, I could easily be wrong. Correct me if I am, but isn't Android built on Linux? You guys all know full well I have no problem being wrong. I'm going to be wrong probably more than I'm going to be right. Yes, it is. However, Google has closed parts of the Android project, which are really open source. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That's why I phrased it as built on Linux and not just, it's Linux! not Linux, it's molten. Somebody gets that reference. Please, somebody get that reference. I know if Casper heard it, she'd get it. Look at this cake. It's molten, you asshole. It's molten. Ah, you son of a bitch. How the hell? How is this pipe the correct length? Oh, it was trying to snap to the other side. I know why. I figured it out. Android is built on it, yes, so it's sort of Linux OS, but like Linux said, they built a lot of closed source stuff on top. I mean, to a point, I can understand the why there. Does not mean I agree with the why. But when you get into like the privacy matters of like a cell phone, I can understand the whys. Like I said, there's a big difference between understanding the whys and agreeing with the whys. Oh, I was saying it's molten, and I knew you'd at least get the reference, Casper. Ooh, that's gonna be easy. Well, easy might be the wrong word. Actually, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. That is officially a pain in the ass. Because now I need to get that pipe to loop down here. So I gotta raise these pipes. Yeah, I don't need that. Technically speaking, I only have to raise one, but symmetrically, the Linux distro, Samsung runs on Android. I know they're currently using their UI, blah blah blah, whatever, but it's still just a flavor of Android, isn't it? Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I just pull shit out of my ass. Alright, so I want that to come down earlier. Okay. I know what I'm doing now. Not really. I'm fumbling through this. I'm not super opposed to doing this anymore. The putting the pipe in place and then using the stackable to get the pipe in place and then removing it. I'm looking at it as kind of like a preformed pipe. Oh yeah, I could definitely get behind a project that gets rid of a lot of the bloatware that is Android. I could get behind that. There's so much crap that's installed on an Android phone that I don't want. Okay, so that one should be loopy now. Now we just gotta loopy this last one. Ow. Samsung just shut down its ability to sideload by, I don't know what AV. Wait, is that that's not the USB debugging, is it? Well, it'd probably only be for the newer ones because generally you can't really update the older ones. You get to a certain point and they're like, nope. The only reason I upgraded my phones is generally because I'll start getting applications that literally say you don't have a choice. You have to upgrade your version of Android in order to actually use the new version of this app. And when it's like my banking app or my bills, I pay all my bills from my phone. And thank you for following over there on the Twitch Real Jingles. I greatly appreciate that. Now we're backing up a little bit on turbo fuel, but that could easily be that nitric issue. I want to go ahead and get all this done so we can say this step is done. Yeah, finish one project and then we'll go back and see how that nitric shit's doing. Okay. So we got that looped down there. We need to start, we basically start from here. I think that would be the single biggest hurdle with developing a new mobile OS would be the trust that has to be there because so many people do use banking apps and pay bills and they have their credit cards and all that shit on their phones. I was able to make that short pipe this time. Why are we moving the junctions half a meter? Generally just for spacing. Okay, so now we get to deal with more fun. Shit. Probably should just leave that there. back to horizontal to vertical. Hook that one up. Ow. That one up. Get rid of this one. This one. Hey. Let's not discuss that on stream, jeez. Doesn't surprise me, though. Okay. All I have to do is put a T-junction in here, and I can make this work. The point of what I'm making is more for it to be a multi-tool approach. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. And especially, you know, if you're one of the really big tech people that probably has like multiple phones that, you know, maybe it's their older phone or whatnot. They've upgraded their primary handheld device. It kind of breathes some new life into it. Like, I still have one of my old phones. I think it's like a Samsung S9. So yeah, a little on the elderly side, but honestly, I've never been an Apple fan. I thought Apples were cool back in like the 80s and early 90s. But let's say post iMac era, Steve Jobs returning to Apple. Yeah, that kind of bit me in the ass. Just like Microsoft's, how to put this properly. I feel like ever since like OS X came out for Apple products, Microsoft's been trying to catch up with the whole pretty and ease of use thing. Like I would rather go back to NT environments where, you know, it's not really easy to use. It's designed for people who might know what the hell they're doing. I don't want my operating system to be pretty. I don't need my operating system to be pretty. I need my operating system to freaking work. That's the extent of it. Make me a product that works. That's all I care about. I have to raise that pipe up because I need the room for the fuel pipe. In case anybody's wondering why I was moving turbo fuel pipes when I'm obviously working on normal fuel pipes. That was a little in my way. Trying to figure out how to take a mini ITX board and make it even smaller than that. Wow, that'd be kind of impressive. I've not really had a lot of reason to mess with micro ITX. I don't really build PCs anymore. I built this one, but PC building anymore is basically just color coded, so it's pretty ridiculously simple. The worst thing about building modern PCs is just compatibility issues. I prefer my OS as a large terminal with a blank background. If going back to like any of the OSs that I've used over the years, if I had my choice, I would probably just go back to 2K. 2K was fine by me. I never had any problems with 2K. And I know I could probably get a similar experience out of Linux. Ooh, that makes a nice tight little one. Makes it so tight. I mean, that's a thought. Just using a Pi-based PC, is it SB PC, single board PC. I want to try this, even though it's probably going to fail. Why does it sometimes work and sometimes doesn't? Somebody please explain that to me. Why is sometimes the pipe too short? And it's the exact same placement. It's the exact same spacing. Issue is Pi is ARM-based. That would explain it. But me in this game having funky things, yeah, that's not really par for the course anymore, is it? That one goes there. That one does not go there. Bad pipe. Bad pipe. Definitely sounds like a fun project, Crow. See? Now it wants to be too short. Okay. So we got that one. This one's actually not going to be that bad. Oh. Shit. No, this isn't going to be that bad. Should have left the pipe in place. Oh, you son of a douche. There we go. All right. How's my power doing? Not gonna find out on that. Latte Panda has an SBC with an x86 processor that can run Windows 11. Yeah, that's definitely somewhere to look. But can it run Doom? Isn't that always the $64 million question is, can it run Doom? Now that's not much of a delta there. I will be snipping all the rocket fuel pipes again, just to backlog all the fuel. Maybe I'll just snip the turbo fuel pipes. So we just, pretty sure we just did this row. Board files are open source. That's even better. Ooh, why are you not? Something ain't right here, Chief. Or did we not do? I just did this one. Didn't I just do this one? I'm gonna say I did not just do this one. I'm guessing I just did this one. Yeah, this is the one I just did. All right. So we got this row to do. Part of this might not be that bad. Where the hell does the fuel come in for this? This might be really bad. What in the ever-loving gobstopper bullshit is that? What in the hell? What the fucking hell did I do here? What in the name of ever-loving gobstoppers did I do here? What the fuck? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This comes around this way. Comes over here. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. But wait! There's more! (20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25). What the holy hell? We're gonna do some funky stuff here. I am so confused about my own stupidity. First thing is, I don't even want that there. Come on. That's not low enough. Damn it. I am beyond confused about what the hell I did here. Still not actually low enough, but nobody's gonna see that. Yeah, whatever. Might be the most convoluted loop I've done so far. Hopefully it works. That's all I care about. Hopefully it works. I don't think it really is going to work. That's flowing all kinds of weird. I have an idea. It's an ugly, stupid, horrible idea, but it's an idea. Why is there zero flow rate to that? This row is nice and filled. Come on. What's going on, Rock? If you don't mind a suggestion, shut all the machines down and let the system fill itself first. I do plan on doing that again. but I want to get all my new pipes in place first. Because what I'm doing right now is I'm looping all my fuel. That way they're backfeeding. And this one's a little bit sketchy because, oh, I had a weird number, so I had to do some sketchy stuff to get it all hooked up. Oh, you... It's in the wrong spot. Now, I'm always down for suggestions. Doing some sketchy shit. Doing some sketchy shit. Alright. Let's go ahead and get rid of that so I can see that junction a little bit better. Now it can come over here. Oh, that's why. It was giving me invalid pipe shape. Yeah, the problem is, I'm dealing with a very, very large array. Okay, so now is that going to flow any better? Yeah, that's definitely moving more. Whether it's moving any better or not, that one remains to be seen. Oh wait, I'm being fucking stupid. Why am I being stupid? Why am I being so stupid? All of that is dumb. Every inch of that is dumb. Okay, not every inch. Not every single inch of it's dumb. A good chunk of it's dumb. The primary pipe is splitting out pretty nicely because it basically hits the flow from this one and goes out to the other ones. I need to split off this pipe. That's all I need to do. Now, horizontal to vertical. I still would very, 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 very much like it if you could literally pin a build mode to your hotbar. Like, here's a Mark II pipe, here's a Mark II pipe in straight mode, here's a Mark II pipe in horizontal to vertical, blah, 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 blah. Because I normally only use like 2 different build modes, and it's horizontal to vertical and straight. Occasionally I use noodle, occasionally I use curve, but those are my 2 big ones. Alright. Oh, whatever. Oh, let me try this again. We're going to take a T. This is one thing I don't like about using walls and shit. They never really seem to line up properly. I don't know why I covered that back up. Yeah, this is after the fact touch-ups, basically what I'm doing. And I had a weird number of machines here. That's why I've got a really, really funky layout to this set of pipes. Okay, did I get rid of the pipe on the bottom of this? Here, so. Will you actually stretch over here? Absolutely not. Okay, fine. I can get you underneath. Yeah, I have blueprints for most of this stuff. Like I said, this is just weird after the fact stuff that I'm working on right now. Where is it? See it building. Let's go over here. Grab you. Drag you. Down to you. I don't even care how it looks because I'm never going to see it again. All right, hopefully that might help. We'll find out. It's helped on every other one. This one's just the really, really weird section. That one kind of sort of seems like it's filling up. Maybe. Oh well. If I have to come back through and redo that section of pipe, I will. Let's actually finish the base pipes. If I can get 99% of these running correctly. Okay, that one's already been looped. This one has not been looped. So we need to raise the pipe. And noodle mode actually gives me the tightest. You suck. Give me the right damn thing. Thank you. Bow, bow. Okay. It's not what I clicked on. Give me what I clicked on. Thank you, game. Okay. Get a T-junction in here. This. Why did I do that? God, what the fuck is it? Go there. You go away. Go on there. Turn. Snap into place. Go away. You go there. You go away, go back to noodle mode, and click. Hey! Yeah, I've had more than my share of issues with fluids in this game. most notably recently was nitrogen. Nitrogen did not want to flow correctly. Never thought I'd be dealing with a sloshing issue on gases, but here it was. Here I am trying to do stupid shit. Hold on. Yep. I'm doing this stupidly. Yep. What's going on, Mad? How much power? I'm currently at like 8.5 terawatts. Give me a second, I'll show off my graph. Everybody always loves seeing my graph. Sounds horrible, but... Okay. You are flowing, yes. Let me find a power pole. Yeah, they're at the end of each line. This basically began as a massive thought exercise. Like, if you took every single inch of resources, every gram, every drop, every speck of resources on the map and sent it all to power, how much power could you make? We came up with 14.757 terawatts. I am trying to get my rocket fuel running smoothly because I need all the plastic and rubber coming out of the oil to do my nuclear setup. Bear in mind, this has all been done in 1.2, but I'm not using any of the node adjustment stuff. I'm not doing any recipe cost adjustments or anything like that. This is basically 1.1 with daisy chaining. Where are you guys all back? It's a law. Okay, never mind. That's the end of ones. Alright, you are still struggling to get fuel. But like I said before, I want to get everything looped, and then I think I'm approaching the limit of enough power. Once everything is looped, and then I will shut off turbo fuel and we'll backfill the system. Similarly to what Rock suggested. Which was my plan to begin with. I just want to get all this done. That way I'm not having to shut it off 5-6 times. I think that one makes sense. Why does it sometimes work? Will you either decide to, never work, or sometimes work, or always work? One of the two. Stop this sometimes work bullshit. I don't like it. After I've got my rocket fuel done, I'll be making a monumentally large nuclear setup. Like 300 nuclear reactors all burning uranium. I will take the uranium that's on the map and triple it. Like, there's 2100 uranium on the base map as is. I'll be converting 6300, over 6300 uranium. Okay, so this is that funky ass cluster, whatever. Due to the nature of PG, we'll leave it there. So that's... Did I re-loop the last row? Kind of, short, sort of. It looks like I did. I looped that section. I didn't loop this section. Now, like I said, I don't need this much power at all. It's a thought exercise. I wanted to see how much I could make. There's one thing to go through like Modeler or Satisfactory Calculator or anything like that and, figure up you could do this. It's a whole nother story to actually do it. Because in theory, this will work. In practice, I hate my life. Well, that's definitely filling up. It's not filling up as fast as I need it to. Okay. All right. That's basically everything looped except for that one funky ass section. Corpy, what's going on, bud? All right, we're gonna go cut a whole lot of turbo fuel pipes because by cutting the turbo fuel pipes, I will force the fuel to back up. I will force every one of these refineries, all 700 of these refineries, to fill up both their output and input buffers. This is not in creative mode. As you see, there's no creative mode tag on any of my saves. We're just going to come right here. And we're just going to cut all these. So yes, this has been a full playthrough. Yeah. And yes, that is the total of turbo fuel that I'm making. Bear in mind, those are not 600 pipes. Those are 480 pipes. Because no matter what I did, I could not get turbo fuel to run 600 through a pipe. In any way, shape, or form. And I spent 2 days running through every possible solution. I saw you yesterday, Corpy. I said hi. I apologize if you didn't see or hear me say hi. It's 59 pipes. So as soon as all of those turn yellow, I'll be happy. But I need to go check something real quick. Did I try turning the pipe off and turning it back on again? Yes, multiple times. Tried water towers. Like I said, I tried basically everything you could think of. Like I got to the point I was trying stuff I knew would never work. We're at 581 on that pipe. So they're still not running at a perfect 100%, but they're definitely running better. That nitrogen pipe and I do not get along. It's fine, Corpy. Now, see, the scary thing is the pipes aren't the scary thing. At all. But as far as water towers, I got you beat on one of those. I did the weirdest water tower trick. And give me a second, I'll show you. And bear in mind, I am running a single mod right now. But that mod is literally only the sink mod. That way I can sink fluids. It will be getting uninstalled. I was using it to do some testing. Because like I said, this pipe and I do not get along. That is every drop of oil on the map. There is not a single pump, headlift pump, anywhere on that system. And this pump here, this is on nitrogen, so bear that in mind. It is not powered. I am using these pumps to set directionality. That's it. Because an unpowered pump acts as a one-way valve. It's not running 450. But that is literally 12,600 oil without a single headlift pump. And I don't mean like I've got a pipe that I'm using a headlift pump to set my head pressure. There is no pumps on that line at all. Okay, we got a sea of yellow here. Sure, that looks like it. Let's see how the blenders are looking. Now, see, the scary thing is when you look in the distance and you see that. It's possible. I actually was tempted to do like a title for the stream when I was using that. I got so much oil, the U.S. Just invaded me. But since I'm an American, A, it's not all that funny, and B, I try to stay apolitical. I think too many people try to put politics in places that they're not needed. All right, let's get these hooked back up. And yes, I'm going to do this manually. Because it really doesn't take that long. And using the blueprints, for some reason, the holograms on the blueprints really hurts my PC. I mean, the save file in itself hurts my PC. But it runs it better than some people's. Because I've literally shared my save file, and I've watched people's PCs try to melt running this save file. It's hilarious. Yeah, I knew you were joking, Jingles. I got no problem with people's politics or anything like that. I try to keep them out of my streams. I'll make meme jokes and stuff, but Trust me, I'm going to offend enough people as is without resorting to politics. I can get rid of that because it's not needed anymore. Okay. The sea of yellow should start turning into a sea of blue. Vote me for President of Satisfactory. It's just like, I will never claim to be a professional at this game. I'll never claim to be a professional at any game. I'm just a dumbass that does dumb things. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good, Cross. What about you? I'd be a Satisfactory president. Yeah, no matter how satisfactory you are, somebody would still have a problem with you. That's kind of the worst thing about politics is no matter what, somebody's going to skew something. Somebody's going to spin something so that you could literally create world peace and somebody would find a reason to not be happy with you. Call me a professional the way I fuck these belts and pipes. I mean, that's true. That's true. I definitely screw up my belts and pipes a lot. Okay, let's go check the blenders. I appreciate that, Carradine. I really do. I've spent like I said, this is the better part of 2 months of my life. And I was streaming 7 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week building this. Yeah, Orson Welles was a very intelligent individual. Pretty sure that's an Orson Welles book. I have it. I just don't know where it is. It's probably in my kid's room. You gotta love the only game ever where you need a degree in automation engineering and plenty of hold my beer memes. I've always said you don't have to be really smart to play this game, but it really helps. Which is why I'm so bad at it. There is that damn good reason my channel is called what it is. Because if there's a way to screw something up, I'm gonna find it. For anybody wondering, there are 234 blenders down here. And they're all overclocked. Oh, okay, there's one that's not. I'll be dead honest, there's one blender that's not overclocked. As soon as I get this running at least majorly, if I can get 99% throughput on this, I will start building the nuclear. There's one blender over here that's not fully overclocked. One. See, I don't have a background in engineering or architecture or anything like that. I can't even call myself a high school dropout. I never made it to high school. I mean, technically speaking, I was homeschooled for high school, and I graduated that, but WTF? WTF what? Ah! We're under 8 terawatts! The hell? Oh yeah, I did cut off the turbo fuel. This is my third. No, I have not ran out of power shards. If I run out of power shards, there's some serious freaking issues. Let me go check out my, what I call my little tiny small storage area. We need to see the entire factory, please, factory tour. I don't really have a factory. I just have a power plant. But give me a second. I'll show you the factory that I used to build this, and then I'll show you everything over here. Does that work? Yeah, Cross, you know about my storage area. Now, bear in mind, when I say I have everything on the map, I have everything on the map. I have belts running from belts or pipes running from every single resource on this map. That is my power storage for when I try to blow my grid. That is my storage. That storage array is 30 bins long, and yes, 30. And I make power shards, time crystals, cooling devices, turbo motors, yeah, blah, 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 blah. You guys know the symbols. I don't have to read this crap to you. Thank you to YouTube subscriber number 452. I do greatly appreciate that, and I think you are awesome. I don't care what anybody says. I think you're amazing. I appreciate the hell out of you tickling that little subscribe button. Now, as far as power shards, I have went through 3.5 bins. I still have 27 bins, 26 and a half bins, 26 and a third bins of power shards. I'm good. I also still have a storage bin full of slugs, which they have a use later. They're going to be used later. Everything you see in those storage bins is made right here in this factory. I make aluminum, I make quartz crystals, I make fabric, I make my keyboards struggle, aluminum smelters, there's turbo motors, rubber, plastic, deuterium ingots, iron ingots, copper sheets, yada, 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 yada. The scary thing about this factory is none of it's overclocked. This factory only took me about 3 days to build, so about 20 hours. There are 3 floors to it, and then the top floor is literally just storage and manufacturers. I'm the type of person that I set a goal for myself, and I'm normally really good about keeping to that goal. And honestly, I don't think any of this was blueprinted. Yeah, they're not blueprints. This was all done by hand. I find that extremely relaxing. I would definitely recommend never handcrafting slugs into power shards. Ever. Maybe your very first one to unlock overclocking. But after that, no. I would recommend not handcrafting any of them. After that, get a constructor, put a single sloop in it, and feed all your slugs through it. Nope, not even pipe blueprint. The entire thing was done by hand. God damn it. I didn't switch my jetpack. Give me a second, I gotta do that again. If you're not aware, activating your hover pack after you come out of a hypertube cannon like that kills your momentum. Somber sloop. Give me a second. I'll have to go back to the other factory because they're all over there. It literally doubles the output of anything you put in. Same input, twice the output. Oh, to a point. It multiplies the output. We need a quick switch. Honestly, all you have to do, for me, all I do is I hit tab 1 tab. Right now, I am using one mod, and that is literally the small sink mod. That's it. And that was literally just for me to try to figure out how to get this one nitrogen pipe to flow properly. Because there's nothing easy to dump your nitrogen into. The only two things I would ever recommend using your summer sloops for, but this is a sloop. If you're going to sloop a construction, the only things I would recommend using it for is SAM into reanimated SAM, because generally it's a 4-to-1. With a sloop, it becomes a 4-to-2, so a 2-to-1. Day 65, we're asking for package rocket fuel. Yeah, I know. At least now I can say I actually make rocket fuel. But use the Sommer sloop to make your power shards, and use it to make more reanimated SAM. Those are kind of the only two things I would recommend using it for. Beyond that, for me, I use a lot of sloops to do that. God, that's back. That's emptying out. I'll have to refill that. Oh, here's the funny thing. I put this save into the Satisfactory Calculator Interactive Map Editor. I am making 34.004 or 35.004 alien power matrices per minute. I am consuming 35. I'm making more than what I'm consuming. And for some reason, there's a math error or something with them, and they're consuming faster than what they should be. Do it or else I delete my nuclear power plant and soft lock my world. That doesn't affect me. If you're not familiar with what these things are, this is an alien power augmenter. Normally, you put one down, it gives you a guaranteed 500 megawatts and a 10% circuit boost. So anything hooked up to the same power grid as one of these gets 10% more power. Produces 10% more power. Which is why if you look on my power graph, I have almost a 5 terawatt power boost. Well, Chernobyl didn't bother me. I don't live in the Ukraine. I didn't care about Chernobyl when it happened. I mean, Chernobyl is literally the definition of play stupid games, win stupid prizes. From everything I know about the Chernobyl incident, it was literally just bad management. But yeah, the scary thing is when you look at that. That is 4,680 fuel generators. I don't know, when was the Chernobyl incident? I might. Maybe I'll just power my freaking jetpack with plutonium. '86, then yes, I was live. I was born in '82. So it's like 4 years old, so I really didn't give a shit about it. Thank you, Mr. Morton, and welcome back, bud. Sure, you've been lurking. But yes, I am dead serious when I say 4,680 fuel gens. Every single level here is 60. 60. There is 13 levels on every single one of these towers, and there are 6 of these towers. I appreciate the hell out of that, Ismail. Thank you. Yes, they are all running 240%. Okay. 4,620 of them are running at 240%. The top row of Tower 1 over there is not. It's running at a weird. But yeah, 1 tower, 2 tower, 3 tower, 4 tower, 5 tower, 6 towers. If you ever wanted to see what insanity looks like, here you go. Now I'm going to have to wait like half an hour for all the freaking generators to fill back up. It was 7 when Chernobyl. Will you finish before 1.3 comes out? I goddamn hope so. I was trying to finish before 1.2 went live, but life got in the way. But that's what the overview of the power plant that feeds this system looks like. There's 250 coal-powered generators. The other weird overclock is 186.668. That entire section up there is overclocked to 186.668. But if anybody has ever wanted to do a how many of this could I make with all the world's resources, I have a publicly available free save from right after this building here was built. This building is not a factory. It is just a sorting complex. I have a problem with my gens keep shutting off due to lack of fuel. You have a sloshing issue. You basically have the liquid equivalent of a manifold issue. If your math is correct, and you are still having problems with fuel gens running low, 2 things I can suggest. Oh, 3. Let's go with 3 things. Either A, disconnect the power cable out of the back of all of them, let everything fill up. If a power generator does not have a power wire hooked up to the back of it, it will still fill, but it will not run. So like this one has 25 rocket fuel in it in the moment. Come out of the blueprint. Disconnect both of its power wires because I use daisy chaining. You may need to flip it off like I just did to get this to trigger. Once it's no longer burning, it will continue to fill up. Do that on all of them. Let them all fill up. Let the pipe fill up. Hell, let the output buffer on whatever's making your fuel fill up. If you're not familiar with what I mean by an output buffer, when you are on a normal production machine, you've got your input over here and you've got your output over here. If it can't send anything out, the output buffer will continue to fill up and the input buffer will fill up. Let them both fill up. You want your pipes full. If you're trying to run 600 through a pipe, you need that pipe to be full. And now it's filled. MK2 pipes do not like running 600 per minute unless they are cram-packed full. Another thing you can do, what I have done here, is I have one generator on every one of these floors turn to 1% overclock or underclock, as you see here. So this row should normally take 600 fuel to power this floor, because every single generator is set to 240, which rocket fuel means 10 cubic meters per minute. $60 generators, 10 per, 600 per level. If I have one set to 1%, that basically makes this row only consume 590. Once all the generators are fully saturated and I get my production issues sorted, I will go in and turn this back to 240. Another thing you can do is at the very end of your lines, loop that back through to the front. I'll show you over here on my blenders. But absolute worst case scenario, literally just, if your math is correct, if you've got it set to consume 600, you're making 600, and you're having trouble with starvation, just set one's underclock or overclock down a little bit. But this is what I mean by looping your input. I have a pipe coming out, goes into 4 machines. It comes in this way, it comes down, and comes in this way. So the pipe, when it comes in, splits the 480 to 240 and 240. This gets 240 until it fills up. Once it fills up, this gets more. And the same thing happens on this side. It's kind of a looped manifold. Very, very useful when it comes to pipes. Does that? And another thing you could do if you're having starvation issues is, instead of trying to force 600 through a pipe, run another pipe. Do 2 300 pipes in 600 pipes. Use your Mark II pipes, but only send 300 down each pipe. Give yourself that little bit of buffer room. Does that answer all your questions, Derek? Okay, let's go check on the refineries. You need to check on these stupid things too. Well, it's running at 100 now, and it's hitting 50. It's hitting 50. That's my bad pipe. That's my problem pipe. Yay! Not a problem at all. I am happy to answer any questions possible. And half of the point of this playthrough is literally stress tests. This entire playthrough, I am riding on the razor's edge of production. Like, I have to use all 12,600 oil on the map. That's all the oil that's on the map. I don't have more. What the hell is with that light? You want to put a tape deck in your thing, Crow? You're making me feel old there. Okay, so I got a couple of yellow lights over here. This is probably a fueling issue. That is definitely a fueling issue. This is that weird segment. I have a tape head at 23, and just like, I mean, there's a lot of argument that cassette tapes sound better than CDs, and like vinyl sounds even better. I've never put much stock in it. I've never really cared that much. I think one of the biggest problems with like digital media and stuff is too many times they're not ripped at a very high bit rate. Okay, so I still have problems with this section. This is that weird section that I can't easily loop. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 453. I think you are freaking awesome for tickling that subscribe button. I don't care what anybody says. I think you're awesome. Also keep in mind that every pipe connection has its own fill level, and even the smallest connections can screw with the sloshing. Yeah. The way I understand pipes in this game is, we'll just use this. This pipe has to have a certain percentage before it will let anything into this pipe. And then this pipe has to do the same, so on. And then again, it has to have the next percentage before it sends more, and so on and so forth. It's one of the reasons why I'm a big proponent of just turning off the system, which you can't do with generators unless you just go on the back and snip the power wire. But if you really want to do it, the easiest way is just set all your fuel gens down to like 1% or 0.1%, letting them all fill up, letting your pipe fill up, all that, because you can easily just go in, copy your settings, and paste it to the next one, and fly down. And if you got the crab hand, you can hold down Control Shift and tap V as you fly by. I can't tell you how many times I've went down an entire row and just copied and pasted freaking overclocks or underclocks or clock speeds or whatever. Okay. So short of that one section, we got something here. I'm calling this Satisfactory Whack-A-Mole. So we're full on turbo here. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll kind of go over what you're talking about, Rock. If you do this where you connect a pipe to, or connect a junction onto a pipe, it will work. If you go to both sides, you'll notice it is split, but you'll notice that it is split in the dead center. This has 23.9 cubic meters, 29.2. But if I go through and I get like this and deconstruct the pipe and reconstruct it, now this is 27.9 instead of 29.2, and this is down to 22.6. The less volume the pipe can hold, the faster it will fill up and the better it will dump. And there's also times where if you've got that weird junction, or if you've got that weird center split, your flow rates can be screwed up. I do not have nuclear power yet. The reason why I'm delaying nuclear is I have to have, like I said, everything in this playthrough is at the razor's edge of production. Let's jump over to my modeler file real quick. I haven't shown that off in stream in a minute. Boop. Boop. Why are you not booping? Okay, modeler. There we go. There we go. Now you guys see my modeler file. Even though it's not. All right, whatever. Yeah, this is my modeler file. My modeler file is a little on the screwball side. If you're not familiar with Satisfactory Modeler, this is a free tool that is available on Steam and itch.io. What this allows you to do is plan your factories. Mine looks like spaghetti because it is a huge, huge bill. My oil, I have a distribution here of literally the max amount of every resource on the map. My oil runs this line right here, 12,600, comes up into 168 refineries, turn that 12,600 oil into 16,800 heavy oil residue, turns that into 33,600 fuel, turns that into 28,000 rocket turbo fuel, and then turns that into 46,666.67 rocket fuel. The drawback is I have to be able to consume all the oil, which means I have to be able to consume, not you, all the rocket fuel, because if any reason the rocket fuel backs up, it doesn't consume all the turbo fuel, it doesn't consume all the fuel, it doesn't consume all the heavy oil residue, and these start stuttering. The problem is, I'm going to make 8,400 polymer resin. That feeds into a bunch of refineries to make over 2,000 plastic and about 1,200 or 1,150 rubber. Welcome in, Jake, and thank you to YouTube subscriber number 454. I appreciate the hell out of that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are amazing. All of that rubber and plastic comes down here to my nuclear power plant, which I barely have started. I need every single speck of that plastic. Somewhere around here. Where the hell's the rubber? I need all the rubber too. I guess it's down here. I need all of the rubber, all the plastic. Therefore, I have to be able to make all of that oil. If I'm not consuming 100% of the oil, I can't make all the plastic and rubber I need to make the nuke stuff. The fuck you mean yet? What? You didn't know I was making a nuke plant too? How are we doing, Jake? We're creeping up on that 8.5. Grand total, I should be able to make about 8.6 before I have to go turn on more generators. Oh, Jake, I wanted to talk to you about something. I watched your 20 some odd changes in 1.2, and you missed something. You missed what I consider to be one of the best changes in 1.2. No, the T junction's awesome too. Give me a second. I'll show you what I mean. I did a short about this, but I know nobody watches my shorts. Sure, there's some uranium around here somewhere. Just need a node. Ah, this will work. Stupid freaking node, right? It's gone. That works with the uranium as well. What's going on, Shy? But yeah, like I said, that works with uranium as well. You gotta admit, that's a big, very, very welcome change. Oh, I got another one. You touched on this. You got close to this, but one of my community members pointed this out, and you got really close to this, but you're gonna love this. You go down here to transport. Go to your railway. If it wants to behave itself. Okay, it might be close enough. So like I said, you touched on this. You got really close to this. Rails are now roads. God damn it. I can't get enough distance to actually run him over. The reason why this is kind of a game-changing thing is think of how nicely rails curve. Now, think of how nicely they incline. It's not an exploit. But think about how nice of roads you could make if you just made them out of rails. Yeah, screw you. Okay, back to actual work. Moose ain't moving? What do you mean Moose ain't moving? Oh, what, the cat thing? And welcome in, I am Watt. And thank you for following over there on the Twitch kindly. For anybody not aware, I am live currently on both Twitch and on YouTube. So if you'd like to show your support, smack that subscribe and follow buttons on both platforms. I would absolutely, amazingly appreciate it. I thought 1.2 would fix fluids, but they didn't do that one either, so we're equal. Yes. If you were pointing out the fact I have a mod installed currently. This mod was literally installed. I'm not using it at this second, but this specific nitrogen pipe, this one right here, loves to fuck with me. So when I was testing the oil is easy to test because you put down 2 particle accelerators, set them to the oil-based diamond recipe, and you sync the diamonds. Set them both to 150% clock speed. That's 300 oil per particle accelerator, and you could test all your oil pipes easy. Nitrogen sucks because there's nothing you can make with just nitrogen. It's a mod, Shy. It is not in the base game. In this world, I think I'm hit right about 1,000. 980 hours. Oh, now you do. I Googled it. And it is updated for 1.2, so it does work with 1.2. It does support daisy chaining. We're still about 8.5. Actually, we're climbing above 8.5. I asked this question yesterday, and I'll ask it again. What is the absolute most power you've ever seen somebody make in Satisfactory? What is the most power you've ever made in Satisfactory? The video game. Yeah, for anybody who would like to, Sure, you guys have seen my boy Jake over there on YouTube or over there in the Twitch chat. You guys would be so amazing, because I do have an amazing community. Go over to his YouTube channel. Smack that subscribe button on Jake's channel. Sure, he'd appreciate it. I have not broken the game just yet. About that, Jake. About. I'm making like 2.8 million on the rocket fuel. I'm making another 40,000 off of coal. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 455. That means the world to me. I got a long ways to go to catch up to Jake, but I'll get there. I'm gonna hog tie him down sometime and make him teach me how to edit videos better, because his shit's freaking awesome. My crap looks like a freaking 3-year-old did it. But yeah, that's definitely running better. If I can get that one section of fuel pipe looped better, I think we can hit the 8.6. Hey, like I said, dude, I watched a couple of your videos and your freaking editing is top notch. I have not touched those 1% generators yet. When I start noticing a large backlog in my blenders, I will know that it's time to go turn those up. Okay. So we need to do something. We need to finish what I was working on yesterday and started even before that. Because right now I can't do much else with the rocket fuel unless I can figure out some way to better loop that weird segment. So I started running this yesterday. Or I finished building this yesterday. I'm still seeing a gap on these. 1197 could not be. It could potentially not be a gap, and it could just be stupidity. If you're not familiar, a 1200 belt will occasionally show 1197, 1198, 1199. That does not mean they're running at that. It just means there's a stutter in the system. So I'm supposed to have a crap ton of iron ingots. Like, I'm supposed to have 18 plus belts of iron ingots to go to the nuclear. Welcome in, Pie Guy! Why are those refineries pink? Those are my, the pink ones are my quartz crystals. I've got them color-coded. So, like, all my iron ones are this, the carbon steel. The caterium are the caterium finish. Copper is copper finish. Copper sheets are this, like, reddish color. The pink ones are quartz crystal. That way I just know what block I'm in. People give me shit because I don't color code stuff, so meh. But a very large chunk of these iron ingots have a destination. That destination is to be turned into steel pipes. Like, I am literally going to I'm going to be putting 17,418 iron ingots to make less than 2 belts of steel pipe. I don't know about you guys, but I would rather run 2 belts of steel pipe than however many belts I need for freaking 17,418 iron ingots. Sounds like a slightly better idea to run the nearly 2,300 steel pipe, right? I'm not at your level. I'm new. That's fine. I was new once upon a time too. I've only been playing this game for like 7 months now. I'm just insane. I'm not good at this game. I'm just nuts. That's the main takeaway I want everybody to realize. I'm not good at this game. I'm just insane. Ooh, look at that. What have we got right here? I see room. Look at all that room. He's not good. He's just stubborn. That sounds about right. That honestly sounds about right. So all my iron ingots are right above here. If you can't laugh about your own insanity, are you really that insane? Look at all that room. I mean, oh, hold on. I gotta check something. Okay, so I can't go up that high. I don't even have that much height limit. No, but like I said, I mean, I was new at one point in time. Jake was new. Everybody who played this ever played this game was new at some point in time. So never feel bad about being new. Why am I not doing this in Zoop mode? Okay, so 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 meters. I got 20 meters of height. Let me go check something real quick. We're going to do a little measuring. Or I could just place wall holes, yeah. But I'm saying, if I want to build anything else there, how much height do I have before that becomes a collision issue? That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, so I have 18 meters. I don't know how to math. You'll figure out that I don't know how to math. Oh, look at that. Glorious box factories. Would anybody be curious to see my first playthrough? Well, my first, how my shit looked when I first started this game? So I got some backlog here, so I'm not making all my nitrate. But since I still have a fueling issue, I'm not getting all my turbo fuel out. Therefore, I'm not making all my rocket fuel. Therefore, I'm not consuming all my nitric acid. Therefore, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I could stack this down there. This blueprint could easily go down there. Yeah, okay. Let's we need to change this blueprint. Are you a 1 or a 2? You're a... We're gonna leave that alone. But like I said, I would rather not belt over 17,000 iron ingots if I could instead belt 2,000 steel pipe. I think that makes sense. And I still got a fair amount of space here at this platform, this building, whatever the hell you want to call this. So we're going to shave off the entire top row here. Because I don't have space to put this 3 high. I know that. Now, if there's enough interest, I'll show you guys my first world. My first playthrough. I still have the save. I haven't touched it since 1.1, but I still have it. All right, Jake, I was actually really... I liked the fact that you pointed out that they fixed the mergers and splitters on the conveyors. I mean, I'm not really a pretty builder to begin with, so... I'll show you. It's going to be embarrassing as hell, but... Bear in mind, the amount of saving there is, is this one? No. This one. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't know that you can put them on lifts. I've had a few people comment to me about them. The biggest problem back in 1.1 is they always ended up like half a meter off, unless you placed them and then ran a lift into them. So knowing that they fixed that. Yep, I think this is my first world. Yeah, train station northwest. So this should be Bean Paradise. I did not know what the hell I was doing on this save. Actually, hell, just the rail tells me that it's my first save. Yeah, the thing that annoys me is when you that stupid open hole on the top. I don't like that open hole. But yeah, bear in mind, I did not know what I was doing in this save at all. There's like 150 hours in this save. All right, 270. A lot of that was idling. What the hell am I harvesting there? Oh, sulfur. I'm going to try to do a video on some of the 1.2 changes, because one of the things I have to convince myself of is just because somebody else has done it doesn't mean I can't do a video on it. Like, that's a big thing in my head. I always look at it as, oh, this has already been covered by somebody else, so there's no point in me making a video. But my personality is different than other people's personalities, so meh. Yeah, this is my very, very first playthrough of this game. Which I did beat it, and I did complete the space elevator. I did get the golden nut. I got everything. I got all the achievements. This is also one of my first blueprints. This is just a stupid little train support. And I thought I was slick by putting these belt things on it, and then I realized that belts can't be as long as the train rails. We'll go back to the power plant here in a minute. Yeah, like I said, my issue was literally just convincing my own head that I'm allowed to make a video that somebody else has already covered. But honestly, when I got done with this, I was proud of this rail line. This goes all the way around the map. And I was proud of this freaking thing. You know, for having 100 hours in the game, it could have looked a lot worse. Hell, just look at my current factors. Like, now that I've got 8 terawatts of power, I might put some trains in. Because it's not like I'm worried about power. Don't know where the hell I'd put them. Why I'd put them in, but... Hey! It's everybody's favorite rock. I got a lot of ideas for videos. I need to actually sit down, write out what all is going to be in them, because my brain decides, ooh, squirrel! Then I get like halfway through a video, and like with yours, where, you know, you forgot the T-junction, one of the big things that they advertised. And then they hinted at before they released 1.2 experimental. Which, I mean, shit happens. None of us are perfect. What the hell am I making there? Is that? I think that's aluminum. Like, I honestly did not know when I built this train track that having a train cross the rails like that was so bad. To be fair, you're playing Satisfactory. The factory needs to be better. It deserves to be better. It wants to be better. And tear it down 5 times and rebuild 20 times. Yeah. I try not to do that too often. And normally like 5 times tear down is kind of my limit. But I can honestly say I've never given up on a playthrough and just started a new one without completing the goal that I set. Yeah, I don't care. What the hell did I build that? The worst thing is I don't remember what is where on this playthrough. I haven't been on this playthrough in months. Like, is this rocket fuel or is this turbo fuel? I don't think it's turbo fuel. I think it has to be rocket fuel. I know I'm making crystal oscillators here. Yeah, it's rocket fuel because I brought my excess power shards over here to turn it into ionized fuel so I could sink it. Like, I played with drones, I played with trains. I don't really think I got like tractors or anything because I didn't really like them. As you see, there's like no block signals or switches or anything like that because I literally didn't know how they worked. I ran a belt of freaking quartz out of the purple forest all the way over here just to make stuff with it. This is so embarrassing. This is so frightening. Okay. My original factory. That's it. There's a little bit of stuff down on the ground, but that's kind of it. And I beat the game with this. That is a slooped manufacturer. That is a slooped quantum encoder, particle accelerator, and another, yeah. Oh, yeah, I should do this real quick. I have a whopping 130,000 megawatts. That's it. What? Oh, yeah. I remember building that. I built that on stream. That was like that first stream I did in this game, was building that. Amaya probably remembers this. Trying to get this goddamn thing to work. What are you guys doing? I never could get the fluids to balance out in this. And this is the point I was literally shipping oil over in barrels. Okay, get up here, show off this last little bit, and then we'll go back to the big power plant. That's what people came to see, was the 8 terawatts. They don't care about 100 friggin' gigawatts, 130 gigawatts. They want to see the terawatts. And this is how I learned how to do aluminum. And that's literally just that's a blueprint that you can get on Satisfactory calculator. Because I couldn't figure it out myself. So I'm like, screw it, I'll just download a blueprint. There we go. Let's go back to the terawatts. It's amazing how many people left after I switched to the other save. But, I mean, it's fine. We'll go back to the big factory as soon as it loads. Now bear in mind, the load times for this is not typical. My save is just huge. Like literally, this save is 46 megs. But bear in mind, I'm nowhere near done. All right, let's finish this blueprint. I don't know if these will actually work with the fact I tore down the We're just gonna go ahead and replace them real quick. Not like it takes very long. Alright, so we need to get the recipe selected, which will be iron pipe. The overclock for these, let me check my modeler file real quick. 248, oh, that's a weird number. 248.83. Doing a little bit better. I'm remembering 5 numbers at a time now. 8326. That should be 12. Alright, I'll save that, close that. I need to make 70 of these. Not 70 blueprints, 70 constructors. Wonder how bad that pipe screwed me now that I restarted the save. Yeah, it's definitely not running those 600. It's dialing up there. As long as it stays around 600, I'll be happy. Okay. We're still 8.4, so still a lot of power. Not where I want to be yet, but we're getting there. Yep. All right, so oh, I didn't get rid of that. All right, I need to go fix that. If I was smart, I'd move my blueprint maker, but we all know I'm not smart. Another big problem is I don't have a lot of those neural quantum computer thingamabobbers to just make Mark III blueprint makers wherever I want. But I've got all that space over there by the blenders. I've got this huge space here. I've got a lot of space there. I've got a hell of a lot of space down that way. So I'm kind of of the opinion I'm going to make as much into the nuclear as I can here before I move it to the swamp. Okay, now which way is the input? I want to say this is, yeah, this is definitely the input side. That's 24, 36, 48, 60, 72. Oh shit, I still got a crap ton of room. Alright. I'm out. Best of luck with your set. Yep, thanks, Rock. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully next time you hang out, we're making more than 10 terawatts. That's the next goal. Okay, did that power everything up? Definitely looks like it. Yeah, everything's yellow, so that's all powered. Okay, so we'll be able to pull. I did leave enough room here for a second belt. That's not in the greatest spot, but we'll ignore that. Okay, I'll address that later. Yeah, screw it. We'll address it now. Yeah, there we go. It's been addressed. Alright, that's why I had that. Okay, so now we just got to bring all the iron ingots down here, which, you know, there's a lot. I don't even need all of them. I need a lot of them, but not all of them. Each one of these is going to eat about 250. So 500,000. Okay. Time to get rid of all these sinks. And all this crap. So much crap to get rid of. Clean all this up, make it all go away, and poof. Hey, it's like it never existed. What crap? I know not of what you speak. There's no crap here. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. Now bear in mind, I don't need all of this iron ingot. I need the vast majority of it, but I don't need all of it. Funny thing is, I'm not even 100% sure what I need all those steel pipes for. Like, what in nuclear requires that quantity of steel pipe? kind of bad that I don't know. But like I said, I'm not a professional at this game. I'm not a professional at any damn game. Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely play because I enjoy this game. I like the challenge. I like being mentally challenged. Alright, that doesn't sound right. That sounds mean. It's true. But it sounds mean. I'm fully aware I said it. Any other obviouses you want to point out there, Captain Obvious? Potato. Now we're gonna get Johnny all excited. We start talking about potatoes. I summon the Potato Man. Come forth, Potato Man. Come again, meow. Do I look like a cat to you? Am I jumping around all nimbly bimbly from branch to branch? I'm not a cat. I'm 3 squirrels in a panda costume. Okay. So I need, if somebody wants to put this in chat, that'd be amazing. 17,418.28. 17418.28. You see me drinking milk from a saucer cup? All right now. Yeah, exactly. Let me sit down and watch that again. It's been a hot minute. What else am I making out of iron ingots? I'm making iron plates. Okay, I could do that. There's only 41 constructors. That's another 3,000 ingots. Okay, where are all my iron ingots going? Iron plates, iron pipes, and solid steel ingots. That's it. There's the solid steel. There's 1225 into solid steel. I might as well just make all of that here. Am I using concrete anywhere else? Yes. Plutonium cells and molded beams. I don't want to make the plutonium cells here. So I'll make the molded beams. I'll make the iron plates. I want to make as much here at this factory as I can. I don't think anybody really blames me for that one. And if you do, too bad. I'd do what I want. You can judge me all the hell you want, Amaya. You ain't special. I don't care what your mama told you. I'm the most special boy who ever special. That's what my mama told me. And my mama's better than your mama. Is that what Jordan calls you, squishy? I'm gonna assume he does. That's headcanon now. I'm just gonna go with it. Are you at that place you were 2 days ago? Maybe? Welcome back, Therapeutic. I mean, I'm still over at my power plant because everything has to be built here. That's kind of one of the rules. What the hell? What am I seeing? You are seeing me try to get all of my iron ingots processed. I need to turn them into a whole lot of things. That's all iron, yeah. That's all iron ingots. And that's not including the iron ingots that are flowing that way. This might suck. I can go down 3. I can't go any down. I can't go down. Shit. Shit. I don't know how I'm gonna make this work. Well, I'm gonna make it work one way or another. As far as how I'm gonna make it work, fuck, I don't know. We're gonna find out. Might just move that. Yeah, yep. I know how to make this work. There. He is Iron Man. My one mega I had for iron, copper, stone, and steel was nowhere near this size. I don't even say it's mega. Yeah, we were using the term Uber factory for this. Just realized I haven't had a German lesson in a hot minute. Those are my German speakers. You guys are supposed to be teaching me shit. We can just call it the Ultima Factory. Why everybody, when people say they want to like factory tour and stuff, I'm like, I don't have a factory. I have a power plant. That's all it is. It's just a power plant. Factory means you're producing something. All I'm producing is power. In the far-flung reaches of massage A B B B B B B B B B B B 2, there is only power. Okay, so now I need to get that down on the ground. Do. I want zoop mode for these things. Coffee Stain, if you're listening, I want zoop mode for these things. I use a lot of them. Please. I don't think I'm asking for too much there. Do you guys think like getting zoop mode on those is asking for too much? Remember, I had somebody in chat not too long ago that literally didn't know you could stack them. Bow, 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 bow. Zoop mode would allow, like I have zoop mode on these. I think I have zoop mode on, yeah, I have zoop mode on these as well. Just not the ceiling ones. Yes, I am aware this is only a Mark 1 lift. That is intentional. You'd probably honestly be amazed how many times people try to remind me that these are only Mark 1s. I always use Mark 1s when I'm just laying something out. I appreciate people trying to help and stuff. You know, it really sucks. Short of those two I just put down, all the rest are in the wrong spot, or facing the wrong direction. Well, and the initial ones. Bow, bow, bow. Two, three, four. If you're not aware, if you want to do something like this, it's 2 vertical nudges for each height. Like that. That's just the spacing for the basically anything stackable. Oh, shit. Forgot about that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now I can go through and hook all these up. Just bear in mind, not all these ingots will be consumed in the production of the steel pipes. A lot of them will be, but not all of them. Okay. Another thing to bear in mind is stackable conveyor poles. To me, they don't look right if they're butted up too close together. Oh, I just realized something. Whereas you can put the floor conveyor pole butted together really, really nicely. You gotta spread them out a little bit if you're going to use stackables. Okay. Just things to bear in mind. If you want things to look kind of neat. I would rather have a group of 4 like that. Okay, so I need 17,000 something. Nobody put in chat, so I don't know. 17,418. 0.28 divided by 1,200 is 14 and a half belts. So that's all this row, all this row, all this row. 2.5 of these. We're gonna get 62 out of each of these, so we're gonna have some funky numbers. 1,200 divided by 62. 0.208. So 19 machines. going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass because, you know, they're all paired. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Yes, I literally forgot. What came after, what was the next number I was supposed to be counting? I have never claimed to be smart. I am not a smart man, Jenny. Janet, why do you only love me when you're dying? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put. You know what? I'm gonna use these. I have the mod. Might as well use the mod. Okay. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Because normally I would have brought these down like here, and I would have fed them up. I mean, I guess I theoretically could. Oh, that's so much shit I gotta change. And that belt's in my way. Yep, that belt's in my way. We're not doing it that way. I'm literally not gonna do that because of this one stupid belt. Whatever bullshit excuse I have to give myself. So each of these is going to take about 250. So 4 of them is 1,000. Like I said, normally, and what I probably should do is I probably should bring my 14.5 belts down this way and back up this way. But that sounds like a pain in the ass. It sounds like a big stinky pain in the butt. Like a Maya. She's a big stinky pain in my butt. Otherwise, I could flip all of these. Yeah, that. I don't know which one's going to be a bigger pain in the butt, but this will be nicer than having to flip all the trying to flip the belts around. Gotta go. Cheers. Yep. How we going, Jake? Get some rest. I know it's got to be late over there. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did, and we'll see you next time. Yeah, screw it. I was sitting there thinking I don't have to tear down the ones above me, the second floor ones. I only technically have to tear down the lower ones, but one of the things I always hate about blueprints is sometimes you have your splitters or mergers running the wrong way. And I'm too lazy to make a blueprint for each possible way that things can go. Like in this specific instance, I would need like 4 different blueprints. God damn it, I did it again. Like looking at it from the front, I would need a blueprint where things came in from the left and went out the left, came in the left, went out the right, came in the right, went out the left, came in the right, went out the right. And I'm too lazy to do that. But at least I'm willing to admit that I'm too lazy to do it. And like I've said before, honestly, this kind of stuff is just really relaxing to me. I just put my head down, basically turn off my brain, and just click, click, click. Because right now I don't have to do any math. Are you in the Underdark? Huh? I have no idea what you mean by that. Below the map? No. I am right above the water. I don't like building in the terrain. I think it's a cool mechanic that you can abuse, but I've not really done anything like that. I know how to, is it not something that appeals to me. I've seen some people make some like really, really cool like subway stations and stuff. And subway systems underneath the map, but sounds like way too much work. As I say here and build 70 freaking constructors solely for iron pipes. All right. That, like I said, that can only feed 4 and a partial of these. So I will be putting a priority merger here. Set to center priority. I'll be setting another smart splitter out here with basically the same settings. Where I use our good friend the mini lift to make this look all sexy. If you're new around here, I love the mini lift. I think it's an awesome thing. I just have to kind of sort of do the mental math on this, and I'm just going to do that the easy way and just let this run. Like I can see from time to time that ingots come through here. That's my extra ingots. Kind of waiting to see if yep, definitely have someone coming this way. So we'll do basically the same thing. This time we'll use a full lift, and not my friend the mini lift. And just rinse, repeat over and over and over as we slowly get through this. For anybody just tuning in that wants to know the obvious question, how much power am I currently making? About 8.3 terawatts. Got an issue with a little bit of my fueling, and a little bit of my nitrogen. Sometimes I have to adjust these and figure out exactly how far the spacing needs to be. Weird thing is that these priority mergers aren't keeping their priorities. Normally when you copy and paste a priority merger, they hold. That's not getting all of them. Okay. And sometimes you gotta do some funky stuff like this. I'm not a huge fan of it. I played some of the old school XCOM games, not since they started remaking them, or the reboot of the franchise. You know, way back in the day. Okay, so I definitely need more into that. But not a full pipe. Like, not a full belt. So how do I go about doing that? Might look a little bit silly, but I don't know what's triggering the overflow there. I'm playing in Iron Man mode. No idea what that means. But I'm guessing that's like a maximum difficulty mode. And somebody decided they didn't like my stream. Oh well. Sucks to suck. And I realize what I'm doing right now is kind of boring. But, I mean, I gotta get the freaking steel pipes going so I can start on the nuclear. Because not much is coming through there. So we'll be putting another one through here. And we'll be putting another one here. Again, they're not holding their priorities. Do 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 do. I got to put 14 and a half belts at a single save and only after each combat. So you can't have multiple save files. Okay, so that's at least the first chain of belts. The only problem is I've got this stupid ass thing. It kind of protrudes out, so when I bring the next stack of belts, I've got to come. I got to come out here. I mean, I'm okay with it. I'll do what I have to do in order to make this work, like I always do, but it still sucks having to jump around all nimbly bimbly like that. I'm probably pretty close to having to do that again. Gotta go. Okay, Maya, have a good one. That one's obviously, we're filling up those. We're getting a little bit out this way, about 90%. Last time I was getting about 90%, I had to do the double smart splitter. I don't know if I'm going to do the double smart splitter because I don't think this is backing up. Let's put a throughput monitor on there. That'll tell me if I have to do it here or if I have to do it at the next one. Another drawback is once these belts start emptying out, like once the machines above me actually finish outputting everything they have, if they've got any basically in the bank. It does look like they've all emptied out because I'm seeing gaps on the belts before the little mini compressors. That's fine. Now that seems to be running true. So I don't think I need to do another doubled system. I want these to feed out like that. Yeah, that one is definitely backing up. But is it backing up because the I don't know, because no matter what, they should be dumping 1200. They can't dump more than 1200. So we'll give this a watch for a minute. We'll see if I don't think it's going to hit 1200. Let it go ahead and calibrate. So I think it only takes like 1 real world minute. Yeah, definitely not getting 1200. So this is when I need to put the double smart splitter in. Pure and simplistic fact that those are not remembering their priority is kind of annoying. Oh, now it wants to remember its priority. Screw you. How did I set this up? Well, we're starting to put pipes down the other one too, so. And I could easily do a belt compressor or something there to, once this is all done, to balance out those two belts. The hell? Just realized something. "19 machines. I have 70. I'm not supposed to be making no 4,300. Am I? Yeah, I am. I'm supposed to make I'm supposed to make 4,354. So I need like 4 belts coming out of this, not 2. So kind of glad I saw that one. But it's not 2 belts coming out of this monstrosity. It's 4. Okay, so 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. That's kind of in my fucking way. But kind of in my way, I mean, that's like really, really in my way. So we're going to do a little hinky. Again, for anybody new to the stream, I am currently using a mini awesome sink mod. Not because I need to or anything like that, solely because, well, A, I want to, and B, I was using it to sink liquids earlier to try to balance out one of my liquid pipes. Currently, I'm only using it as a way of ensuring that I have the correct number I just want to make sure I've got the correct number of these iron pipes. Okay, so if I got 19 plus 19 plus 19. And right now I've only got 19 plus 19. Which gives me a nice balanced number. That is 38, leaving me with 32 machines left. So I can easily split this into groups of 16. Too bad we can't just sink all the fluid byproducts into the ocean's lake. Yeah. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot of problems with liquid byproducts. I was literally just testing the throughput of a pipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, hold on. We're at 19. I'm going to double check my math. So that's 16 machines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, I get that, you know, sometimes the liquid byproducts can be a bit of a pain. And honestly, if I would have had the liquid sink earlier, I could have used it to check throughput on some other things. But obviously, mod support just recently came back. And to a point, I kind of feel like it's a bit sketchy to do it. I mean, the tiny little bit that I'm using it for, still a bit sketchy, but more acceptable levels of sketchy. Especially when it's like nitrogen, where, you know, there's no way to just make something with just nitrogen like you can with oil. Cartography? What is cartography? I mean, I know what the word cartography, let me be specific about this. I know what the word cartography means. I just don't know what it means in this context. Is there a mod called cartography? A map mod shows the factory from the map. So, like, akin to the Satisfactory calculator? I'll have to check this out. I'm more than willing to admit when I don't know something. And in this case, I don't know what in the hell we're talking about. But I don't think this is going to run at 100%. We'll let it run for a minute, because that tells me where I need to put my mergers and smart splitters and stuff like that. Definitely not running 100%. Honestly, my opinion is generally being able to admit when you don't know something is kind of one of the best things you can do as a person. There's way too many people out there come on sloops and everything. I've already used all my sloops. I've used every single sloop on the map. There are sadly no more sloops on the map. Yeah, this one's definitely not getting everything. You try grabbing this one, not that. Why do you not want to save your settings? I never had that problem in 1.1. Well, I didn't have that problem in 1.2 experimental. Thankfully, these old bastards are keeping their settings. Ooh, why are you not running 1200? Oh, I wonder if it's because when I cut that line. Yeah, that's probably what happened. For anybody currently listening, if you happen to see Final Fantasy Remake Part 3, whatever the hell it's called, Revelation, go on sale, pre-order, let me know. I need to pre-order it on both PC and PS5. Especially the deluxe edition. Because I got the deluxe edition on the PS5 for parts 1 and 2, so kind of feels like I have to have it as deluxe edition for part 3. Complete the set. I gotta run so many of these goddamn belts. I really hope I can stretch that belt. Oh. Do. I've only used 8 of the 14 belts I need for this. Oh, 14 and a half belts. I need 14 and a half belts. Let's go ahead and get my next 4. That'll put me up to 12 once I get those fed in. Do. Hate when you know you clicked it in the right spot, but because there's a little bit of delay in the game itself, you find out that it didn't actually build because you moved too quick. Okay. That belt is running pretty true. Like I've said before, 1197 to 1200, any one of those numbers, I'm going to call 1200. Those ones are full. Yeah. So I don't need to put anything there. If you look at almost every other one, it's been boom, 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 boom. I actually have the first group that I don't have to splice onto. But I knew that would happen. Because like I said before, each of these machines is taking just shy of 250. So I can feed over 4 machines from a single belt. But I can't feed 5 machines. Think that makes sense? Because obviously 250 times 4 is 1,000. I've got 1,200 per belt. Okay, on to the next one. I do know I'm going to have to do that double smart splitter merger bullshit again at some point in time. Okay, so that one is filling. I need to let it completely fill to see just how much it's filling. Like how much more is going to go this way. Because I'm way too lazy to do the math. If I don't have to do the math, I'm not going to do the math. Just, it takes a minute to fill these up. It kind of looks like I'm going to get to skip another section. Providing this belt's running true. Definitely seems like it is. Let me check something. When I started this, was it every other one? Well, skip there. I just never had 2 skips like I'm about to have. I had a skip there, and it looks like I'm going to have a skip here. This machine's obviously filling up. No, it doesn't look like it's filling up all that fast, but it is filling up. So we're just going to go ahead and assume that it's going to work. And if I have to come back after the fact and adjust it, so be it. I've done so much pipe work that I keep pressing 7, which is my stackable pipe. God damn it, stupid keyboard. Yeah, I don't actually have to put that one down. Make sure to turn my priorities up. How much are we flinging this way? Not a whole hell of a lot. I don't think that's 20 every 12 seconds. Or even worse, 20 every 4.5. 4.8 seconds. So that's not going to run true. One, two. Those there, set correctly. Yay! That's not good. This might be my double. Does it start recalibrating when it like actually starts moving? 'Cause I know that it's been there for a while. Definitely seeing it pause every once in a while, which means I gotta do the double. Gotta do the double. Okay, which means I need to remember how the hell to do this. It's just putting a smart splitter on top of it. Nothing too complicated. Nothing too fancy. So this actually needs... shit. Now that needs to be a smart splitter. This needs to be a priority merger. Yeah, that's even more annoying because now it actually took... Now we need a smart splitter on top of that. With mini lift. Here's the drawback. That gets fed off the first belt. So I'll basically need a mini lift into that. Like I said, I only need 14.5 belts. Which obviously means running 13 belts, and we'll have to figure out what to do with the leftover belt. I'll probably have a smart splitter that sends it, that doesn't send all of it down this way, or sends the overflow back the other direction. We'll make it work, like always. Fat fingered the wrong key there. Oh, I'm sitting there like, why is there more gaps on that one than the other one? And then I remembered, oh yeah, I'm only running 16 machines on this, on the last two belts. They're not actually true full belts. Because unfortunately with 70 machines, there's not, as far as I know, there's not an even way to split 70 amongst 4 belts. Ugh. Okay. Set priority, set priority, grab a belt, grab a belt, grab a belt, grab a belt, hook up a belt, and hook up a belt. Now that's kind of sad. Might have to do that a second time. No, that's filling up. Didn't really look like it was going to fill up, so, but no, it's filling up. Got to almost 90. Over 90. I'm gonna go ahead and put that one there, put that one there, set priorities, since, you know, they don't want to keep their priorities when I want them to, but they will when I don't want them to. Do 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 do. Okay, half nudge over. Half nudge over. I don't know why I put that one on the ground, but it is what it is. Yeah, that was full. Looks like this one's going to fill up as well. And we're slowly getting there. Okay, those are full. Now how much are we going to get into these? Are these going to run at 100%? Inquiring minds would like to know. Doesn't really look like it. I also need to put my conveyor throughput monitors on this other set of belts. Come down here, check these guys. They all look good. Come down here. You look good. You look good. You look fantastic. You look fantastic. Everything's looking sexy. It's good. It's good. Does not look good. Why do you not look good? You should be looking good. You don't look good. But I'm not seeing any backup on it. Is it not a backup issue? Is it just a feed issue? I don't know which one that is. Let's try to trace that one back and see why in the world that one's not giving me, not running at 1200. It's this belt, which means it's that belt. Which means it's this belt. Are you having stuttering issues? That belt is. Why the hell is that belt having stuttering issues? I can fix that. Let's kind of sort out all these should have been built to begin with. Basically giving them a buffer to pull from. Now that should start climbing back to 1200. Okay. That's back to 1200. That should be good. Should. We get the last of the iron pipes hooked up, which is at least, a monumental step in the right direction for the nuclear project. And we got to figure out, I got to try to figure out some way to get that fuel system to work properly. Why were you giving me why were you winking at me? Why are you giving me? You probably fed off that fuel system. This is only running 72%, so it's definitely not getting enough. As I said, this should only be taking 14 and a half belts. Sure, that looks like it's going to take a full 15. But I could be wrong. I'm kind of hoping I'm wrong. If we go back into our mathematics here, I need 17,418.28 divided by 1,200. That is 14.5 belts. If all belts are running at 1,200. It's neat. So this top belt here is not running true. Which it's not supposed to. That's fine. I'm okay with that one not running true. It should be running around 600 something. 620, yeah, sounds about right. If we take $14 times 1,200. I have to remember how to do this. I'm not good with parentheses. 17,418.28 minus. Yeah, so it should be running around 618. Right now it's running a little high, but this belt's running low. Why is that belt running low? Oh, okay. I didn't set priority on these priority mergers. That should help. That middle one is going up, as it should be, and the upper one is going down, as it should be. Remember, this one should be 1,200. No, I'll get in a little closer for you. This one should be 1,200. This one should be about 618. 619. Somewhere around under 650, above 600. It's going to fluctuate a lot because there's times where, you know, it wants to send a lot. Yay, Casper's home. We got a lot of room down here. And looking at my modeler file, I have two other things that I have to make out of iron ingots. I need 41 constructors to make iron plates. And I need 13 smelters to make steel ingots. So I probably have enough room in this cubby to go ahead and make all that and send out my steel pipe, my steel ingots, and my iron plates. Yes, for the third time. Oh yeah, we got shit. Look at all this room. Got room for days. I got all the way down there. We can do a lot in this area. Let me check something real quick. I'm only supposed to have less than 700 steel beams. If I could bring some iron or some concrete down here, let me actually take a breath so I can talk. We could get the steel beams made. The iron pipes, the steel pipes, whatever you want to call it, They are going to go to making rotors or stators. The stators, steel rotors. Am I making stators in 2 different places? Yes, I am. So I could theoretically just make a crap ton of stators. Let me see where all my... I need to make a bunch of wire. I know that. Wire goes to stators, steel rotors, and stators. There's just a crap ton of assemblers. Because I need 62 assemblers. I'll bring you guys over to Modeler real quick. So you guys see what I'm looking at. So I have now completed this step. Done. I need 92 constructors to make a bunch of wire. That wire gets fed into 29 constructors to turn those into cable. It also gets fed into 28 assemblers to take the iron plates and turn them into reinforced iron mill plates. And that goes into a whole shit ton of manufacturers, which ain't fitting down here. And I'm not making quick wire over here. No way in hell. The only way I would make quick wire over here is if I was going to consume the quick wire, and there's too much quick wire to go into this step right up here, the uranium cells. That's 19,000 quick wire. Nope, not happening. That's a lot of belts. I would rather move the 1800 Caterium and the 700. So the 2600 Caterium ingots, I'd rather move that somewhere else than try to move 19,000 quick wire for this one step. That's not including the 8700 quick wire there. I'm not moving 2500 quick wire. No, just not happening. I would be willing to make this and make this here. Hell, I'd be willing to make this and this here and make all my AI limiters, because that's 740 AI limiters total. Yeah, that's a single belt. That's not a problem. Now, I don't even know if I want to make all my wire here that goes into the stators, goes into the rotors, goes into the stators, goes into the other chunk of stators down here. Because that's 160 constructors. That's a lot of constructors. So I think I will make the 41 constructors for the iron plates. I think I will make the 13 foundries for the steel ingots and the 7 foundries to turn that into steel beams. That's doable. I got a lot of space, but I mean 160 constructors, that's a lot of space. That would probably be more not here. Maybe here. Maybe. We'll build what we need to build down the rest of that row, and we'll see where that nets us, where that gets us, how much room is left. But also bear in mind, I have all this space. This is a good chunk of space here. Is it, make a crap ton of manufacturers to make crystal oscillators? I don't know. I also have space that way, a good chunk of space that way. I easily have some more space here. Hello, Twitch land. Hello, Casper over on the Twitchy. I could move these basically shift all of these over here, butt them up right next to these, and run my pipes. The only thing I would have to do is I would have to literally lower everything you see here. All of these belts, this belt, these split mergers, all that would have to drop another level, which is doable. It's painful, but it's doable. That would buy me a lot of real estate right here. I got this chunk of real estate here in this little nook, this little cranny, and I got all of that in front of me. I got a lot of room that I can build stuff in. Because, like, I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. All this crap here can go away. This was experimental stuff that did not end up working. So there's a good chunk of real estate here. There's a good chunk here as well. I don't want to go push too far into the swamp over here because the ground gets a little wonky. So I would probably end about here. And this line here is kind of a divider because of this BS. But I could come all the way to here. Why are you backlogging? Alright, you won't play that game? I've had to do this a few times, and it doesn't make sense to me. Because there's not too much head pressure. But it seems like if I put a pump on these, strategically located, I can get these machines to actually empty out. Like I said, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. But as I've said multiple times now, I will do what I have to do to make things work. Things working is the only thing I care about. Having to throw a pump in a stupid ass spot, I don't care about. If I can get these machines, all these machines to run at 100%, then at least I'm getting all my power. Speaking of power, we're sitting at about 8.3 terawatts. So we're still struggling a little bit. Part of it is, you know, stupid shit like this. Now the whole damn pipe's backing up. Oh, sorry. I didn't come out of Modeler. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me know, Casper. I took you guys over to Modeler, and then I started talking about real estate and stuff, and you guys didn't see anything I was talking about. But like I said, if I were to put a pump in a stupid ass location just to make these work at 100%, I will. It's a stupid thing to do. It should not need to be done. But if the game wants to miscalculate things, I'm willing to do what I have to do to force it to calculate properly. My only goal was to get the oil over here without headlift pumps. I never said anything about not using headlift pumps on the turbo fuel. Those definitely seem to be running a little bit better now. They're both down to in the 20s instead of, you know, up in the 40s. Yep, we got some more whack-a-mole here. What's going on here? What in the guacamole is going on here? What? Yeah. That whole pipe is bitching. You can see that's yellow the whole way down. Oh, we'll do the same thing. If it wants to bitch about head lift, we'll give it some head lift. Ow! My cankles. Yeah, that's zero flow. Let's go figure out. All the pipes should be hooked up. Okay, so it's the second one up on this row. So it definitely doesn't go up high enough to need head lift. None of these pipes go up high enough to need head lift. But again, just because things want to be stupid, we'll deal with it being stupid. Now it's got some flow. Hmm? Well, 490, 500, it's climbing. Basically, I'm just going through and randomly picking spots, checking its throughput. There, now it's starting to move a little bit. By a little bit, I definitely mean a little bit. And that's literally reading 10 per minute. So I wonder if I'm actually looking at the wrong damn pipe. I did some hinky shit. Okay, so it's actually the second pipe here. Yeah, 0. One of two things is happening. Either the blenders are backed up on rocket fuel, which I don't think they could be backed up that hard on rocket fuel. Or they're not getting enough nitric acid. Or I got a pipe not hooked up somehow. Which, me F up pipes? No, that would never freaking happen. I've never messed up a pipe. Ever. There's not hundreds of kilometers of pipes in this playthrough. Well, still reading 0. Still 0. Now I get to have the fun of trying to figure out where this pipe goes. Still running 0. Lowest pipe. Okay. So I kind of sort of know where that one goes. Yep. It's a little bit of a journey to get there. Yeah, it goes here. Oh, look at that. It's a nitric acid issue. Now, I would like to point out that it's the ass end of a nitric acid pipe. But that nitric acid pipe's not flowing at 600. Why are you not getting 600? Are you not the 600 pipe? That pipe's flowing 600 and it's not supposed to. Don't tell me that's the 460 pipe. Nope. That is this pipe right here. This pipe comes up from this bank. That's running 100%. That's running 100%. That's running 100. That's running 100. 100. 100. Yep. Anybody figure out what's going on here? I know what's going on. For anybody who's completely and totally lost, nitric acid is a liquid, not a fluid, a liquid. Why don't you just want to be pretty? Why can't you just be pretty? The problem is pretty simple. Those two down there aren't getting head lift. Okay, those two can't actually dump. You know, it'll make a lot more sense. Yeah, that'll make a lot more sense. Screw this bullshit. Now we can make this pretty again. Yeah, look how pretty that is. Isn't that pretty? Now those two don't dump that way, they dump this way. Which is probably what I was trying to do originally anyways. I probably was meaning to bring all that. Actually, you know what? How about we just do this? Indecisive, my name is Drew. There. That's dumping. That's dumping. Basically, all these pipes come across this way and then drop. Go that way, drop, 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 drop. But, like I've said multiple times, unless I can get the turbo fuel running correctly into the blenders, I can't identify the nitric issues. It becomes much more difficult to pinpoint a nitric issue when you know there's an issue with the other input. It's like right now we know we're still having a slight issue with fueling. The actual fuel into the turbo fuel. The funny thing is, I've been getting 8 point some odd terawatts of power when I'm having all these other little piddly issues, which are by far not piddly issues. Like, that's literally not exporting all the rocket fuel. It tells me the 3 that feed that pipe have been running so well that literally all of the generators on that line are full. And since I've got one running at 1%, I'm only burning 590 out of the 600. So that 10, or burning like 591 out of 600. So that 9 and a fraction or whatever just slowly backs up. Nitric is filling up. Yay! Go, nitric, go! Go, you ugly gas, go, or ugly goo. Even down here, that's filling up nicely. This one, not so nicely. Which is fine. I mean, this is completely normal for dealing with fluids and stuff. This is normal for dealing with basically any type of manifold. As the machines down the line fill up, more and more can come this way. Now we'll have to figure out how many of those friggin' pumps I put in aren't actually needed now that I've got this nitric acid solution solved. Because literally those 2 blenders that weren't running, that's 150 nitric acid. Each one of these blenders needs 20. So that's 7.5 blenders that weren't getting their nitric, aka that's damn near 2 pipes of turbo fuel that weren't being burned properly. Yeah, this one's literally been running at 2% uptime, 1% uptime. Nothing percent uptime. Even less than nothing. Absolutely nothing. It doesn't even know what uptime is. Oh, that one does. This one doesn't. But they will. And as they do, my power's going to go up, and I'm going to make more power, and I'm going to be the happiest little boy who ever little boy. Well, unfortunately, I got about 15 minutes left to stream, so we're not really going to get anything else done. We're still sitting about 8.2, 8.3. The goal, obviously, is to have a nice flat graph at 8.8 terawatts. That's the goal. One thing I seriously need to figure out and I'm completely and totally baffled about how the hell I'm gonna figure it out. It's probably going to involve me completely rerunning those fuel pipes. Okay, come here, whack-a-mole. Oh, how the hell are you a compacted coal issue? All right, we got to figure out why we're having a compacted coal issue. I gotta be a little careful because if you're not aware, I'm built right at the edge of the map. And that's feeding from my manufactured compacted coal. So I probably need to put a couple smart splitters in. Because I have a feeling that's like right near when the next line comes in. It's not that hard to find those. Normally not that hard to find those. That's where the next line comes in. Yeah, that one's... That should actually fix that problem. That's an easily solved problem. There's enough compacted coal on that line. It just comes down to splitters being stupid. Yeah, those are both filling up now, so those will run just fine. And I probably need to do something like that on basically every one of these rows. Probably except for this one, because this is the one that, I think this is the one, no, this is not the one. I've got a funky pipe, but I gotta figure out how in the hell I'm gonna get it to loop when it is extra, super, ridiculously funky. Well, they seem to be running just fine right now. Yep, never mind. I spoke too soon. Nope, those are backed up. Those are backed up on turbo fuel, not. So until I can actually get all the turbo fuel to burn off, which is probably boiling down to that nitric issue I just fixed. Let's go look at the nitric pipes, make sure I didn't do that anywhere else. Because if I made that screw up in one spot, I may very well have made that screw up in other spots. Now that's a stupid ass screw up. Because generally, when I come over here to look at the nitric, I'm looking at the top row. I'm not looking at the bottom row. I do see a connecting pipe here. But it comes this way and drops. Oh, it's got some sloshing. Not a super huge fan of it having some sloshing. Come down there, it doesn't have any, but it's got a teeny tiny little bit. Thank you to YouTube subscriber number 456. I do immensely appreciate that. You are absolutely awesome. I don't care what anybody else says about you. I think you're amazing. And that's what matters. Okay, so it looks like all the rest of my nitric pipes are running fine. Looks like I did not make that screw up anywhere else. So yes, it kind of sucks that I made it at all. But the pure and simplistic fact that I made it, found it, I fixed it. That's kind of what this game's about. Find your problem, fix your problem, and move the fuck on. Don't dwell on the fact you made a mistake. Mistakes happen. We all make mistakes. What's that old saying? To err is human. To forgive is divine. Pretty sure that's how that goes. We're getting a little bit of fuel issue. Why are we getting a fuel issue here? That's looped. Dude, why are you only making 300? All right, we gotta figure that one out. We got a couple more minutes. Over here, it's running just fine. Oh, never mind. It's running 300 on a split. It's running almost 600 there. So the 600 comes down here, hits this T, and half goes that way, half goes that way. That's actually as intended. Okay, there should be 300 there. That is this pipe. It's running about 600. Go check the blenders real quick. Uh, 100, 100, 100 and backed up. You're only running at 98. What? I'm assuming it's a backup issue here, not 93, but both incoming juices are looking good. 97. Both incoming juices look fine. How are we looking on power now that night? We're climbing back up to 8.5. It's taking its sweet time, but we're getting back up to 8.5. It's about where we started today, but okay. I saw you. Why? You key into this system. Ooh, why are you not full? You're not full either. Okay, you want to be stupid? We can be stupid together. I got no problem with us being stupid together. I hate this. I think this is like a graphical bug. Yeah, sometimes when in doubt, just rebuild the damn thing. Sometimes you just gotta smack it. Can't tell if that's going up or not. So I'm gonna do the idle trick. If you're not familiar with the idle trick, while a machine is constructing, if you pause it until it switches to idle, you have about 5 seconds that it will fill up the input. So it works kind of well for filling up the input of these things without snipping. Without cutting anything. That one is definitely filling up. I just saw 23. Like I said, sometimes you just gotta smack it. You know what? We're gonna do this the easy way. We're just gonna go disconnect both of these. We're gonna let this whole system backfill. Once they're full on fuel, they'll fill up on heavy oil residue. Maybe? I think there was a issue with this piece right here. I deconstructed it all and reassembled it, and now I'm just back pressuring this system. Another epic day of whack-a-mole. But we got the steel pipes made for nuclear. We got all the iron ingots basically sorted out. found a whole lot of room to build things. That's emptied. That's emptied. Now this one will start emptying. Yeah, iron pipe recipe. I don't have the I don't have the spare coal to make steel pipes the other way. Actually, that makes me curious. Yeah, I don't have the steel to make it this way. And I don't have the steel, I don't have the coal to make it that way either. I've got so much leftover iron, it's not even funny. Okay, so that should take care of that. That's one less problem we should have. And a lot of this is just, you know, like I said, find the problem, solve the problem, and move the F on, and then come back later and make sure the problem's still solved. Yeah, see, this is what I'm finding from time to time. I don't know if it's a graphical thing, like it's just not showing the proper... or if it literally is running 0. Oh, stupid. But there we go. Yeah, even with all the ceiling gates, I've got a total of like 1,200 coal left. Yeah, see, it's doing it here too. But that's running at 100%, 100, 100, 96. So like I said, I don't know if that's a graphical thing. Day 3 of fixing pipes. Week 3 of fixing pipes. Yeah, see what I mean? That shows 0. Even though I think we all just saw that the fluid in the pipe was moving. Which is the way I look at it, is if this thing is going up and down, then there's flow rate. I don't have all these looped yet. I might have to come back and do that. We fixed fluids in 1.2. Yeah. I don't think they claimed that they fixed fluids. Yeah. Basically, it's just whack-a-mole. But it is what it is. It is 7 o'clock. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I got done basically what I wanted to get done, mostly. I do have a very weird fuel pipe. Yeah, they changed fluids. I have a weird fuel pipe that I'm not 100% sure on how the hell I'm going to make it looped. For you guys who just came back in, I had a massive issue with nitric acid that I had to fix. So we have a fuel issue here, but this is looped. Oh, wonder why there's a fuel issue there. Yay, foodie food. Now they figured out the fuel issue there. Amazing why they don't hook up pipes properly. Yeah, that's filling up a lot better now. But like I said before, I have 700 some odd kilometers of pipe in this playthrough. So for me to have one little bug like that, one little oopsie, okay, whatever. But like I said, I've been streaming for the last 7 hours or 6 hours. I'm tired. I want to eat. I want to spend time with the wife. So I'm going to end it here. If you have not already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, lurking, watching this after the fact, and somehow you made it through all this shit. If you got any tips, feel free to drop them in the comments. Got any advice? Comments. Otherwise, smack that subscribe button over there on the YouTube. Smack the follow button over there on the Twitch. And I'll be back when I'm back. Don't promise about tomorrow, but I'll probably be back at least Tuesday. At the latest Tuesday. Till then, I've been an idiot, obviously. Bye, everybody.